Hey, Jean Code Le Web. Hello. Hey, Blurry Cat. Thank you. Yeah, the release went in the end surprisingly smoothly. Bugs were found, of course, but nothing crazy. No showstoppers. I think, enough material to make like a patch release, but I'm not like in a rush because it's not like anything all that crazy. So yeah. What do we listen to today? ADHD intense relief drum and bass mixed with high beta isochronic tones. What? Yeah, not exactly my jam. Not exactly. You know what we should listen to? Jokes aside, when working on Zine, everything is themed like 90s. Um, we should listen to like 90s music, like take like whip out some like 90s top pop songs and just listen to that. Maybe that's what you should do. At the end of the day, I think there's no downside to doing that because I'm not keeping the recording in the VOD, so why not? Um, uh, Velon Pia. Let's go with the release. Thank you very much. Um, yeah, it's been nice. It's been really nice. And now I'm at a point where I'm porting Show, which is a stupid tiny little website, but man, is that thing annoying. Because I do daytime stuff plus time zones, and porting that stuff was a bloodbath with Hugo, and moving that to Zine is gonna be certainly interesting. That's for sure. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah. So let's see. What's the plan? The plan is I think I still need to do some announcements here and there. So let me go do that. Okay, so I think I'm good with my announcements. Let's see. I've been enjoying Zine so far. Can't wait to write my first blog on my website. Let's go. Yeah, sorry, Low Byte Fox, for the crash that we were experiencing. I have no idea how to repro that, so that's gonna be something interesting for sure. Bit of topic. Weren't you working on fixing the fuzzer on macOS? I did make some progress. Then I hit a point where it was pretty outside of my um things that I do actually know how to do. Then after that, the plan was to resume that work with mlug, once he would have completed his move because he was moving. And we wanted to do some more compiler detective agency. So that could have been it, but we haven't done that yet. Like we need to do some more of that. We just need to do that. In the meantime, then I also started, the push to get Zine out the door. So that also happened. So right now, basically, I think my list of priorities is now that I'm like finally relaxing after Zine has been published, well, released. I think my plan is to uh, port Zig.show because I want to make new Zig Showtime episodes. And so I guess I could stay with the old stuff, but at this point, might as well just get that done. Organize new Zig Showtime episodes. I think I have like a couple that are, I just need to chat with people and make them happen. And then after that, in less of priorities. So it doesn't necessarily mean that all these things like that I need to be done with 2 Showtime episodes before I start the third thing. No, it's just a matter of prioritization, but things could also happen in parallel and out of order to some degree. So the last thing is, the third thing is at that point then see if MLAG is willing, is able and willing to do another compiler detective agency stream, and then in which we might want to take a look at the fuzzer stuff. And after that, there's also Toggle. I haven't done a stream with Toggle in a bit. I've been busy. I think he has been busy. I'm not sure, but in any case, I just pinged him yesterday to see if he was interested in doing some more of that stuff. So we also should try to make that happen. And then there's also the fact that I need to prepare for systems distributed. I have a blog post that I want to write on Zine. I wrote some of it, but then I kind of got stuck. So I need to take a step back and rethink how I want to organize it. I actually have a few more blog posts that I want to take a look into. Then there's D2, the Discord alternative that I haven't worked on in a while now. Probably isn't even updated to 6.0.14 at all. So that's also another thing that needs to happen. And then there's the book, which I should start working on chapter 2. Ah, man. I think I need 52 hour long days. Yeah, these are basically all the things that are floating around my pile of things to look into. Plus some more that are like not interesting enough to talk about on stream. Such is life. So in any case, yesterday I was like starting the work to port the website. Then I got to a point where I like was staring at it, and so I didn't want to do any more work on stream because doing that work meant just to stare at the website. And so this page is like, this is the homepage. It's not really fully designed at all, but I made some progress here. The past episode list, I like how I structured each entry. I also started the work on structuring an individual page. There's more stuff that needs to be added. Basically, I need like some logic and design work to display correctly an episode that is, for example, one in the future or one that is in the past, but that doesn't have a YouTube video yet. So it's just a couple of things like that, pretty much. But this page, I feel like it's pretty good. Oh, I just noticed that I was listening. I had like the audio playing in the back, of my own stream. If I don't fix it, whenever my computer goes in standby, like audio with the Mac goes terribly out of sync, like 30 seconds or more, it's completely out of whack, and I need to restart that thing in OBS for it to go back to normal. In any case, so yeah, what I want to do now is then is not like design work, because I feel like the website design work is best done, at my own pace. It's boring for Twitch. Like, it's not like I spare you people from boring stuff on this stream. I definitely do not do that. But I feel like having you watch me do web development, like web design work, when I'm like, not when I know what to do and I just need to do it. It's like when I don't know what to do and I need to figure out how I want things to look like. That part is just, it's like, it's torture. I would be torturing you. So I don't do that. Oh, by the way, another thing that I did off stream that also took some time is I found this second font. You might think at like without, if you don't pay too much attention, you might think that it's one pixelated font everywhere, but it's not. You're staring at actually three different pixelated fonts. The Showtime text is one pixelated font. The title is another pixelated font, and the text is a third. The, let's say, non-uppercase text is a third pixelated font. So these are three different fonts that work reasonably well enough together. Are you using pixel code? No. I'm using, this big one is Joysticks, which is a slightly different version than Press Play 2P, which you can find on Google Fonts. The Showtime text is a thing called Vermin Vibes 1980 something. And then the text down here, I believe it's called 1989, I think. They all have like years in their name, apparently. 1993, never mind. Vermin Vibes 1989, and then the normal font is 1993. So yeah, pixel code. Okay, where can I find it? This one. Mm, yeah, I should take a look. Like, I'm open to the idea of considering this as a replacement to 1993. I have to say I like 1993, so um we'll see. But yeah, I said this supports different kinds of boldness. That's cool. Oh, but I see kind of what the point is. Wait, this is not, so this font, it's like fake pixelated, isn't it? It's huh. Loading three fonts for such a single page is a bit overkill. It is, I know, but I need the fonts. What can I say? What can you do? Look, it's like, you want the look, you gotta pay the price for it. I guess. I don't know. Okay, let's fix the music. So let's do with something not too, so since we're looking at pixelated stuff, let's do chiptune radio. Let's look at some chiptune, listen to some chiptune radio. Maybe a bit lower volume, kind of spammy. Okay. What else? That's pretty much it. In any case, today I'm not gonna do, as I said, much design work. It's mostly mechanics. Here's the crux of the issue. The crux of the issue is this: in old in the old version with Hugo, I was able to put this on the website. I would basically set a given episode at what time for which time zone, or more specifically, it's not like a time zone as in an offset from UTC, but as in like a location. So I will say this is supposed to be at this time for this location, and then I would be able to automatically generate PDT, UTC, CST, IST, or these are the ones that I decided to put on the website, but I like this could be changed to with whatever. So that's the idea. And this is not JavaScript. This is generated statically by the static site generator. So that means that the static site generator needs to understand dates and needs to understand dates in locations. And so we'll see how that goes. And the funny thing is that I need to certainly try to make sure that this stuff is available in Zine. But below the scenes, we're using a library from Rocco Rager. So long story short, if this doesn't work with little effort, it's his fault. So we'll decide what to do with him if that happens. That's basically the plan of the stream. So I'm gonna go make myself some tea. It's gonna take a couple minutes, and then I'm gonna be back. You know what? Let's put a countdown for stream starting, and yeah, we can chat for a bit. You know what? We can look at some hacker news or something. I'll be right back. I'm back. Let's see. Zine made it through the latest DST with no bugs. I can confirm. Nice. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, this is super cursed. But let me also tell you, not only this is cursed, but this didn't have to be this stupid. I don't remember all the details, but the reason, like, this thing could be expressed in a more straightforward way, but um, but there was a bug somewhere that wouldn't allow me to basically just say, um, take this time and tell me what time it is in this location, as in like by providing a string. And I was forced to create a random date time in a location and then grab the location from it. That was the only way of making it work. Like, I remember that it's not like I went for this directly, but I was forced to. I had to. So we basically want to re-implement this delicious logic in Zine, and we'll see how we fare, because this is advanced stuff, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, plus suffixes. God damn it, that one is gonna fuck me up. I feel like that the suffix we might need to abandon the suffixes. I don't know. We might need to abandon the suffixes. Okay. So let's go back to the home. You know what? I'm gonna maybe remove you to Twitch temporarily, at least, so that it doesn't annoy us as we develop. We can do this, I guess. There we go. Then let's see. We grab the first. So if there's an episode under episodes, which is always gonna be there, but yeah. Then if the date is lower than our current date, if it's not lower than our current date, so if it's the future, then here we do things. Otherwise, we do thongs. Well, other things. So the idea was some of it stays the same, some of it changes. How do we do this? So in all the other interfaces, we kind of put the date above. So we could replicate that same logic, and then below we put the date in case we want it. I mean, that sounds fine by me. So that would probably mean, do we want to copy then exactly what we do here? I think we might want to copy what we do here verbatim. So let's go in episode. Why were they not seeing this right away? Why did it stop? Oh, because it's in here. Okay, so that's why I wasn't seeing it. Okay, we're in episode, and I guess at this point, title, description, and author will want to make more universal. So I'm taking this out, putting this stuff in the CSS directly. This is not my CSS. Okay. And then we basically copy these three things. No, these three things. Okay. This becomes the if payload. If payload. So there we go. Now we have it. Pretty consistent. Should upcoming episode be above or below it? Well, the problem is the design needs also to make sense for the case where the episode is in the past. So you're looking at this page and the episode has already passed, but there is no new one scheduled. So what should you see? So you could argue that maybe this part should be the same, and then below you see no upcoming. What do you mean no upcoming? You definitely want to put on the homepage information about the upcoming episode. Like, how do people know that there's an upcoming episode otherwise? Well, in any case, you know what? Let's not worry about this stuff too much. Because our point is we need to do the generated date stuff. So let's do the generated date stuff. And then let's not worry about anything else. So this can go away. Okay, so let's say that this, regardless, we want to print the times in different time zones. So let's go do that. Now I suspect that Zine doesn't have support for this. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna kill this. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna open it as a pop-up thing. I'm gonna keep it here. And here I'm going to go here to the docs, to the reference. Let's see what we have in date. We don't have a lot. We have greater than, lower than, equal, format HTTP. So what would we need? We would need, I want this date needs to specify which time zone it exists in. And another, so I think there needs to be two functions. One's to say, this date time, I'm asserting that this date that I'm giving you should be considered at this, to be what it is exactly at this location. So like I'm saying that, like, for example, let's say that I have a date that says 7 p.m. I want to say that this is 7 p.m. in Europe/Rome. And then there should be a second function that says, yeah, you see this date that has already a location assigned to it. I want to ask what is that time going to correspond to at this location, at this other location. I think that our date times don't have and like a way of associating a location to them. Which is kind of annoying. The fact that the date itself doesn't have like, it doesn't bundle this information. That kind of sucks. It kind of sucks also. Actually, you know what? It kind of sucks a lot because we're gonna need to have to create like either to modify what a date is or to create a type for it because we need to bundle this information within a date so that we can then well be able to do the transformation between two different locations. So what does Zite say on this topic? Jen? Windows zones. Oh, Windows moment. You can statically know the website viewers time zone now. How do you handle that? I just pick time zones that I consider representative enough. That's literally what I do. I say 8 a.m. PDT, UTC, CEST, and then IST. I also have like a mobile view that shows, I think even the mobile view might show even a few more. Yeah, the mobile view even shows also Singapore. Bundles the time zone, but does it bundle it? Does it bundle it as like CEST or as a location? Because you see that the problem that I have is that I don't know the time zone. I know the location. And I don't know what time zone that location will be in at a given point in time. So maybe you are exactly saying what I'm talking about, but I know that other libraries don't do that. Like you can get a DZ from a location. Okay. Okay, then what do you call these things? What do you call CEST, PDT, PST? What are those? Don't say time zone. If it's a time zone, I'm gonna go insane because it's a time offset. Okay. Okay, I'm fine. I'm fine with that way of describing them. Okay, I don't know if that's like official or anything, but that works for me. Okay, so I care about zones, not offsets. They're not time zone abbreviations, or if they are, then America/Chicago is not a time zone. It's not the same thing. So okay, keep that. You need to understand this. Europe/Rome is a location. Let's assume that Europe/Rome is a time zone, or like America/Chicago is a time zone. Sorry, let me do it with Europe. So Europe/Rome is a time zone, but Europe/Rome during winter is in the CET time offset. It's in CET. Set, chat, whatever you want to pronounce, however you want to pronounce it. In summer, we move to CEST for summertime. Similarly, but also in a weird inverse twist of the fate, like the West Coast is in summer, it's in PDT, and in winter, it's in PST. Time zone now is CEST. But then Rome, but then Europe/Rome is not a time zone. The problem is this. Europe/Berlin is a location and the time zone it refers to twice each year. Okay, you know what? I'm still not sold on this whole way of discussing this stuff. Let's get down to the nitty gritty because I feel like that once we get down to the practicality of it, will have to all be on the same page necessarily. And as like a how can I say, as a I don't know if it's spoiler or what, but um, just to take a peek at the nature of the problem, for example, um, let's imagine that we are before Europe switches to summertime, and I'm generating this page, but the date of the show is after we switch to daylight savings, to summertime. So I can't ask. My point is that I will need to be able to know where a given location, so Europe, Rome, or whatever, is going to be, whether it's going to be CET or CEST or like daylight savings on or off at that future date. That is what I need to be able to obtain. Let's see. In the meantime, I guess I'm gonna go to Zine, and we're gonna have to start hacking Zine because we don't have support for any of this stuff. By the way, can this location information be put in the string? Let's see. You have an instance in Zite. You get the time zone you want it in. Okay. So now we have a problem. So I do have an instant, but now we have a problem because there's an offset as offset from UTC in seconds. So instant doesn't keep track of the location. It keeps track of a offset from UTC. Is there a way to specify? So this is now a slightly different question, but is there a way of specifying? Where am I going with this? Is there a way here to specify the location inside of an ISO something something string? You can't, right? I think they were adding some support for this syntax. Were they not, when we were looking at it the last time? Okay, there's an extension, but you haven't added it. Okay, so fine. Not the end of the world, but static offsets. Okay, so static offsets are not okay for me because I don't know what the static offset is going to be at a given location at a given future time. Or rather, I guess I could go figure it out, right? But the point is that I don't want to have to do that. I just want to write down what the location that the speaker lives in is. So I guess this is going to be something that we compute. That's fine. Okay, so the idea is after to be in hours, eventually minutes, not seconds. Well, maybe that's something that is handy for the internal representation of Zite for doing the math. I don't know. I'm going to copy EQ and then work from that. Do you know what time zones you want to show? Yes, I do. I do. That part I do know. But I also have the problem that I need to express the initial date according to a location not a fixed offset. I'll give you like the quintessential example. Okay, actually, I'll tell you when that thing was critical. I was organizing a Showtime episode with at the time Jason Turner, now Sophia Turner, and at the time we were organizing this episode, and basically Sophia was in New Zealand, I was in Europe, and the episode we were scheduling the episode before DST would come to New Zealand, but I think, and so we basically I basically wanted to put the date, say New Zealand, and then have the thing figure out where the heck New Zealand was supposed to be at that point in time, in terms of daylight savings. So I could have done that work myself. I could have gone to some calendar, well, on the internet, see when it's actually we assumed that would have been the case. We actually weren't even sure. So I could have done the work to check. Is there going to be any change in time zone in New Zealand between these dates? Maybe yes, maybe no. How does that relate to Europe also? Is it, are we going to be in the case where neither of us has DST, both of us have DST, only one of us has DST on, and if so, which one of us, etc. So I didn't want to have to answer all these questions, so I just wanted to put in the day the location and say, yeah, it's going to be New Zealand, and then the computer does the work for me. That was kind of the idea. So here's what I'm thinking we're going to have. We're going to have to say, we're going to need to have two functions. One, to be able to set a offset in the desired instant without doing any conversion. Just saying, yeah, there is this date, and we're basically kind of like, maybe this date did tell you, this date had offset 0, but now I'm going to tell you, no, it was actually offset something else, which we compute from a location. Then, so this is going to be one thing, and I don't know what to call this. It's something like force or like set, override TZ. Why not? And it takes in a string and returns a date. So we override the TZ. It's not convert because I don't want to do conversion. The way I assume conversion would work is what you describe in. So I would expect conversion to also say, oh, your date that originally was in, like your date at this time zone, now I'm going to convert it to another date at this other time zone, but I don't want to do that. Does that make sense? I'm not sure it makes sense. You know what? Let me cook for a bit, and then we'll see. There's also the JavaScript side of it. Actually, the JavaScript shows you a countdown. But the point is, I want to have this information available also to you, also if you don't have JavaScript enabled. That's the idea. And obviously, if you don't have JavaScript enabled, I'm not going to be able to, nail precisely your time zone. But at least I will be able to provide you with a sampling that ideally should help you pick a time zone that you're familiar enough with to do the math yourself. That's the idea. It's basically like a graceful fallback system in case you don't have JavaScript enabled. Also, I use this also in the newsletter because the newsletter also doesn't have JavaScript enabled. So it has this double use. So with the offset at the location provided, mm, the description isn't fully what I mean. Why do you want to replace the time zone? So, okay, my problem number one is that I need to be able to, I want to be able to express this. I want to be able to say 7 p.m. New Zealand. Well, you know what? 7 p.m. Let's do this. January 1st, 7 p.m. New Zealand. I want to be able to say this. But right now, I don't have the ability to say this. Because the only thing I can say is January 1st, 7 p.m. and then some offset, which I don't know what's New Zealand, plus 12, plus 11, plus 9. I think it might be 11, 12 or something ridiculous like that. I mean, ridiculous. You get what I mean. Okay, so I can only say this. I can only say plus 11. But I want to be able to say instead, no, I want to say New Zealand. And then you might ask, wait, what's the difference? The difference is that depending on whether January 1st is before or after DST, this might be plus 11 or plus 12 or plus 10. I don't know, one of the two, one of these. Like there could be a plus 1 or not. And I don't know which is going to be at this date or any random date that I'm going to use. So step number one is I need to be able to specify a date in a location with an offset that is unknown yet, or that I don't know. And that I want to derive from the location at that time. You mean the location? Yes, like this could also be Europe, Berlin, those things. Yeah, those things. Yeah, but there's some nuance. So this is problem number one. Problem number one, I want to be able to express a date like this. So not without the plus something, but with Europe, Berlin. And I want to derive plus 1 or plus 2. Let me put it this way. You know what? Let's find a better example. So January 1st, 7 p.m. Europe, Berlin. That should become Jan 1st, 7 p.m. Plus, what is it? Plus 1, right? And this one instead, so instead of January 1st, this is going to be April 1st, 7 p.m. And this is going to be April 1st, 7 p.m. plus 2. That's what I want. So I want to be able to do this. You shouldn't use time zones anywhere. Just use a local time plus location descriptor. Only use time zone in the rendered output. Well, I need to be able to do the math. So this is step number one, and this is what I want override TZ to let me do. So because the problem is this, the problem is I can't write this like in the Zine date that when you do add date, you can't write you can't do this. You can't do 01 was it 2025 01 01 T 00 0000. So you can't do this. Since you cannot do this, and you can only do what is it, like this, I think. Since you can only do this, the idea is you don't do this, you leave it like this, and then on this date you call override TZ to basically and you pass in your Berlin or whatever, and you obtain either this or this, depending on what this is. Depending on on this date. And then once we have a date that has the correct offset, at that point, we can ask Zite to do the conversion and to tell me that date. So once we have this properly set up, then I want to be able to say, okay, now give me this date, the same date time, but in PDT, CET, blah, 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 blah. This one, maybe I should do this. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. Could you have a second hour taking aside location? So yeah, the long story short is I could modify Ziggy to support that. No, currently Ziggy does not support that. The main reason is that string literals, what are they called? Tagged string literals only support a single string literal, not multiple arguments. Personally, if you ask me, I think that in this specific case, considering that there is an extension of this string syntax, it would be nice. It would be nice if Zite supported this in the future. But in any case, it's not a blocker because in any case, the ability to do this stuff programmatically should nevertheless be present in Zine. So I would want to have something like override TZ no matter what. But yeah, like some kind of solution to allow you to hard code this stuff in the front matter would be nice. Okay, so this is okay. So I hope that now it's clear, right? That this is like problem number one. And then problem number two is going to be translations between these two locations. The point is that they're like it's like two different foreign locations at play there. And maybe I can also be even a little bit more clear. The reason why I do this is because when I organize a Zig Showtime episode, I always make sure to talk about date times from the perspective of the speaker. So the speaker tells me that I agree with the speaker that we're gonna do stuff at 7 p.m. their time, and I offer them the guarantee that it is gonna be 7 p.m. their time. It's not gonna be, oh yeah, it's 7 p.m. which I translated to 2 p.m. my time, but now the time shifted by 1 hour. And I forgot to tell you, and now you think that the thing is 1 hour later than it actually is, at least according to my perspective. So I always do things for simplicity and to like help guarantee the success of the show. I always do things from the perspective of the speaker so that they don't have to think about it at all. For them, it's like they tell me 7 p.m., 2 months from now, it is going to be 7 p.m. 2 months from now for them. And then I just make sure that the rest of the math aligns in the information that we put out on the website. Yeah, that's kind of it. And I can also leverage that information for myself because then I can see, it's going to be, it's weird DST stuff happening, not happening, whatever. So for me, it's going to be at this time. So cool. I just write that down in the calendar. It's just a better experience all around. Like working with offsets it's like, it's garbage. You can't do that. I can't do that. It's stupid. Okay, so replace the time zone offset of a date with the offset of the location provided at the using the provided date to account for DST. Only do show times with people in your time zone. Yeah, problem solved for sure. Yep. I think I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Give me a sec. Okay. Technically, your example might not be correct as the DST can change from year to year. That is indeed correct. I'm gonna write that. I'm gonna write that down as a thing. Man, this code is so old. I invented so many conventions for this stuff. In the meantime, okay, so right hand side location. There we go. Okay, so next is uh yeah, that's how it starts, right? That's how it starts, man. Okay, so next is um we take the date that we've been given. No, we take the location and yeah, actually, I'm not sure. I guess I can do at, but if I do at, I know that the some other things will go out of whack though. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe at is exactly what I want. Maybe at is exactly what I want. I guess we can like test this out and see what happens. Okay, what's in on date time? It's literally just a Zite instant wrapper. Was it out or was it in? I think it was in. Was it not? I think it was in. Yeah. Convert this instant to another time zone. Okay, so I need a time zone from a name. Um, um, Zine dot what? Location, I'm guessing this is just the data. Yeah, this is just data. Yo, Roku Rager GitHub.io. Let's fucking go. Load time zone. Given a location. Okay, so we basically do string to enum. Okay, step one, string to enum. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, wait, I can do this. Holy shit. I forgot that now I can do this. I can, right? I think I can. Um, Autodox works really well for Zite. Yeah, that's nice. If it's not like full to the brim with metaprogramming, then Autodox will work fine. It's just when people get crazy with, get mad with power, the things start to falling apart. For now, for now. Um, found context as a string. How? Okay. Okay, so with this we grab this stuff and then we do in location. No, I'm dumb. We're missing a step, right? We were saying that we're looking for load time zone. What are the errors? Oh god. Try Unicode UTF-8 to UTF something else. Invalid UTF-8. That's part of the error set. Jesus. Maybe this should be a panic. It's not nice to panic about this stuff in Scripty, but I don't know also what the heck are we gonna do with that error. Well, you know what? At least no panic. At least we're gonna report the error nicely. Okay. Why are we grabbing a pointer? Are we storing this thing? Yeah, we're storing the fucking thing, are we? Not. What's in an instant? Timestamp and time zone. As a pointer. Which makes sense because if you load them up around and there's like GPA involved and whatnot. What a mess though. It's fine. Okay. In our case, we don't worry. It's not a problem. So we have this. I don't know. We print. We form HTTP format it as a way of debugging it. And then we see what happens. Okay. So now we print some dates. Hmm. Wait a second. We got a Zine build error. By the way, center text. It's like it's fucking us up. But also, we're also crashing. Integer cast truncated bits. Hmm. Hmm. And this says built-in not found. What am I missing? So here we're just crashing. We're tripping an assertion in a path table. No, there's no way, dude. You're kidding me. What? No, this is the actual crash. Yeah, this is the actual panic. What is it that I was seeing up here? I don't know. Okay, so bad stuff is happening here. Who's at fault? I don't know. We'll have to figure out who's at fault here. Give me a second, I'll be right back. And then we debug this. Huh. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Let's see. Hello, Danielle. So we're calling instant.time and we kind of poop ourselves. And also, this returns built-in not found for override TZ. Am I missing something? So some threads are panicking. But then I guess not all of them. Because in some cases we're obtaining built-in not found. That is so weird. That is so weird. Um, so just as timestamp has a negative number and self.unix timestamp well, we don't know what the result of that is because it's not saved in a variable. Is offset by any chance unsigned? Right, we're trying to complete a time. And no, it's a signed number. So that the fact that this might be negative is fine. Yes, the question is there any UB involved in this? If we go up, like what's self? Yeah, the number seems reasonable. It just has a bunch of zeros because it's yeah. I mean it's nanoseconds. It's 2nd of April 2025. So that number is reasonable. So self is not busted. Adjusted has designation definitely unset. Timestamp is a negative number. Is DST false? What did you use for the time zone? Name name isn't set. Offset. Kind of sus. DST true. Actually, I don't know if offset is sus or not. These things are certainly sus. These things are uh, crappy. The rest I can tell. That offset is supposed to be in seconds. Okay, this one. Seconds from like hmm. Oh yeah, you're right. It's printing the whole union and then we have the tag at the end. Yeah. Tag is POSIX, so we should look under POSIX. Good point. Okay, it's this stuff. Well, that doesn't change much though. SED offset is still the same number. Yeah, this seems kind of sus. Okay. How are we getting in here? Um so this is the code. So STD should be, this stuff should be correct, right? STD okay, I see. So this is not DST. This is yes with DST. Is there, does this guy have a way of asking if it's gonna be, oh, oh shit. Oh shit. Nice. So you can ask allocation if it's gonna be DST at a given timestamp. That's cool. Nice. Oh, but it's not public. Never mind. Still cool though. um so what am I doing? The thing that I put in there is Europe/Rome. Is that not a thing? Do I need to do Berlin? I expected that to fail if it wasn't okay. Well, it still poops itself also with Berlin. Mm-hmm. No, wait, what am I doing? So yeah, this stuff is making it poop. I don't know. And now I'm getting another thing. Rich and reachable code in path table. Interpath with name. So this is disconnected. But we are inserting capacity, so what is the problem? Okay, now we're back to the other one. Huh. Okay, let's try to continue investigating the time zone stuff. So if I take this out, now it works. Well, override Z causes a crash. Yep. The fact that it thinks that something is built in or found, this is a very. I would be really curious to understand like, where is this coming from. Huh. Why does it say this? This is also kind of crazy. Like, what does date evaluate to then, according to it? Uh, I'm guessing there's like some uh, funky UB stuff going on. Could it be that what I'm doing causes side effects on the existing date, even though it doesn't look like it should? But maybe that's what's happening because we are returning a new date. Does in returns a new time, like yeah, it just returns a new instant. It doesn't even change anything. So there shouldn't be any side effect. But somehow we're triggering some bad UB. Hmm. How do we tackle this? We can print the input to format HTTP so that we see what we're working with. Is it going out of scope? No, the time zone never goes out of scope. Oh shit, no, you're right. Wait, I'm dumb. Uh fuck. Because you're not returning a pointer to me, right? You're right. I'm dumb. You're returning to me a struct. Oh man, you are returning to me a struct. So this is an interesting and problematic situation because so your thing has um you want why do you need a GPA here? Why do you do this allocator? You use it to do times on Windows load from name, and that returns a value that has strings in it. You have to read a file, okay. So you basically have like strings that you keep around, I'm guessing. Well, I think that this choice of accepting a pointer to a time zone, I can see that working better in other contexts. In this context, it's kind of weird, yeah. So because so you need a GPA, you have strings that you heap allocate, you accept a pointer to this thing, so it means that I also need to heap allocate this thing now. Okay, you load them once, yeah, that makes total sense. Uh, I should probably do the same myself. I'm just like prototyping this stuff, so I'm not setting up a cache, but maybe I should. Um, Yeah, no, that makes sense. I guess an alternative could be that you do the heap allocation yourself. So your function returns a pointer to one of those data structures. But it is true that you will be taking away flexibility from the user if you do that. Okay, so now we're triggering my other bug, which I'm going to look into next. Okay, now we're back to our situation. Okay, so we see the different... We see the different thing. Is the 00 hard... Did I hard code the 000? I mean, I guess that's on me. That is entirely on me. That's totally on me. Zite is not at fault here. Okay. But I would be curious now to know that info. So how do I know that info? Designation. What does designation do? Oh, it's the letters. Why did you use alloc print instead of Zite format? It's because does it have a format? Time? Test from... It does have a format buff print. Yeah. Which is, by the way, which is a feature. Yeah, which I also leverage. But also, I think the main reason is that I don't know if Zite now has something like specific to HTTP formatting, but I at the time when I wrote that code, it didn't have that. So so I just made my own format HTTP. I don't know, without thinking about it too much. Why not both? Well, I mean, you can concoct your own, right? Like you can literally make your own if you are hard coding it. So like just do it. Just do this and you're good. So should I corrupt the format HTTP stuff temporarily? Okay. Nice. So I guess this is let me think. So the problem with what I'm doing right now is that this is still not allowing me to say 7 p.m. your time because I have to adjust it. This is forcing me to adjust it. Right. Okay. So now you see the point, right? The problem is this operation is on one end, yes, just setting the time zone, but it's also not allowing me to say, yeah, 7 p.m. Sorry, 5 p.m. I guess. What the fuck did I write here? Oh, I'm using the page date, so I didn't even hard code this. It's like whatever it's in the page config. Okay, so yeah. Out of curiosity, let me change this date to um, to another one 2 months before, and now it's CET. Perfect. This is delicious. This is truly delicious. Also, wait a second. 19 CEST. That seems correct. 12. Hmm. 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 The fuck is going on here? Yes. Why is February the 2nd causing it to go insane? What is going on? Yeah, so this plus stuff is hard coded. This is wrong. I hard coded it in my printing. This is not Zaid's fault at all. What's happening here though? What? It keeps saying to 25th of February. Rock Rager? Help? So let me think how likely this is to be my fault. It's non-zero. It's definitely a non-zero chance that this is my fault. Um, so second, I'm changing a date to 2nd of February, 2025, and it's causing it to go in absolutely insane. Um, it basically every date below between what can I say in February before the 25th of February shows up as the 25th of February. And then once we exit the 25th range, it goes back to normal. Also, the time goes out of whack. Okay, I'm saying based on the evidence, I'm saying that this is oh shit, you write 29th of February, that becomes 1st of March. That's cool. So oh no. I don't think it's Zide. You don't think so? The problem is that it goes out of whack also when I'm not doing the conversion stuff that I just implemented. Like if we yeah, you know what? Maybe it's on me. There is some stuff going on that we were hitting. So let me think. I guess a simple test would be to try this same date out in like an empty project with just Zite as a dependency and see what happens there, for example. And chances are that it's just gonna work fine and not be an issue at all. And then we discovered that it was us all along. I'm gonna try this out. Also, I maybe I should also update my dependency on Zite. Maybe there's something to gain there, but in any case, mm, is there anything? Is there anything that we need to do? Wait, how do we print stuff? It's on formatting thing, or should I just copy what I do in here? Maybe I should just copy what I do in here. Okay, it's not pooping itself. It's us. It's kind of funny though that it's happening only in that time range. Like, the fuck are we doing to only break that time range? Like, how? So as for Showtime episode with Rocket Ranger, yeah, sure, I would totally be up for it. We should organize one for sure. Zide is definitely interesting. Baxis is also interesting. So yeah. By the way, is there any more Rocket Ranger software in the Zig ecosystem? Um, Horizon, an HTTP server. I see. Um, so what is it that we are fucking up? Not competing with Verse? Is that another HTTP server? Yeah, okay. So it's like Flask. Do you have a link? Did you make it? We also have this crash here, which I would really love to understand what it's about. I know, share a link. I know that this is a complicated function, but also, so if we're tripping this assertion, I can promise you it's because there's garbage in there. I can promise you that if we're tripping that assertion, is because there's garbage. Hmm. Okay. This is a very long list of, oh no, oh no, oh no. What the fuck are we hashing? No, dude. None of these things are fine, dude. Oh my god. This is not what I expected to see there. No, you know what? It's actually correct though. Wait. Um, adapter key is an array of numbers. That is correct. No, wait. Those are not supposed to be strings. I kind of memed myself. Yeah, these numbers are wrong, but in any case, these numbers are wrong nevertheless. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. These numbers are not fine. 32 and 41, maybe these are fine. 0, absolutely not. Especially repeated 3 times. No. So these numbers are fine, I think. Oh, you're right. No, you're right. That's what we're looking at. Yeah, you're right. These are 32-bit numbers. Right. Yes, these are 32-bit numbers, and as such, they are correct. Yes, each one of these guys is a 32-bit number. Right. I forgot that uh, to fulfill this interface, you have to bit cast a bunch of 32-bit numbers to bytes, and so yeah, part of the byte is going to be 0, of course. So yeah, these guys are fine. Never mind. These guys are fine. The empty ones are sus, though. The empty ones really sus me out. No, 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 no. These are not. These are not ASCII values. These are indices into a string table. So that's fine. The fact that we hash this much empty stuff, that's kind of sus. Truth be told. But you know what? I guess. Well, we can do this, and then here's what we can do. Bytes to slice as slice. But we don't have access to the string map. So we can only print this. We didn't really gain much, did we? Oh, is it the opposite? I can promise you this is wrong. Oh, fuck. So these other values might be fine. The empty slices are kind of sus, but this guy, this is 100% wrong. Oh no. Uh, actually, we can do panic. Let's start with the panic, see the stack trace, and then if it's not convincing enough, we can drop into the debugger. There we go. Panic whoops. Where are we doing this stuff? Yeah. Okay. It's the place where we keep crashing. I thought I fixed it. I thought I fixed it. How is this crashing still? Maybe this needs to be a +1. Or you know what? We could call this. Well, when we call this, we do call this. Yeah, you know what? I'm fucking dumb. This has to be a +1 for sure. Also, are these paths in the system? No. Yeah, this needs to be +1 for sure. Um, but we still have trouble. Okay. Out of curiosity, what if I do +10? Does that fix it? Maybe I should explain what I'm doing. That does not fix it. That is crazy. But now we crash very reliably. That is interesting. Okay, so the +1 is correct, I think. So here's what's going on. So I have a table that collects paths. A path in a path table is, or you know what? Let's start from the bottom. I have a string table. The string table collects strings. So you have like bytes one after the other. And well, they're actually like length prefixed. So it's like you have, I don't know, like 5 and then hello. And then 5 expressed as a 32-bit number, and then hello, and then another string with its prefix, etc. So that's the string table. Actually, no, I'm wrong. The string table is null terminated. I take everything back. Is the string table null terminated? Let me double check. I think it is. Yeah, it is null terminated. Okay, so we have a string table. Every string is null terminated. So we have a low and then a 0. And that's the first entry. Let's say that we have a low, then a 0, and then we have world. Then world will be an entry, like to refer to world, you refer to index 6 or 5. You refer to index 5 because it's the first 0 through 4, it's hello. And then 5th byte is null terminator, so never mind, so it is 6. Okay, so 6 is the index of world because it happened to be like we have first hello and then we have world. So that is a number that identifies the word world. Then you have a path table. A path is a sequence of components, and each component is a string in the string table. So if you have hello/world, that as a path shows up as 0, 6. I hope that makes sense. So what's going on here? What's going on here is that we basically are iterating over... We basically want to put a new path into the table, but occasionally we will have a prefix that we know is an entry in that table. So the API basically says, instead of rehashing every component, The prefix that you know it's already interned in the path table, just give it to me verbatim. Yeah, I see why this is dumb. Long story short, it's me being dumb. I have to do this. Okay. I think the plus one is necessary, but also I think I fixed the problem. There we go, no more crash. Okay, so now we are back to our um to our daytime UB. Cool. Okay, so what is causing this guy to misbehave? God damn it. Oh, I know what it might be. I bet you that this guy maybe had a time zone in it. And the time zone goes out of scope somewhere. What happens when we create it? So we call from, then returns a time. And then we save the instant. And the instant is a pointer to UTC. Okay, which is a global, so we don't that's not it. The date, the instant doesn't save anything, like it doesn't save any pointer from the original time. Does it save the designation maybe? No, it doesn't even do that. So this should be a safe operation. And then that's kind of it. We do copy this thing around. Like, is it a problem to copy an instant around? It shouldn't be, right? You should be able to copy it. Nanoseconds, pointer to time zone. I don't know if you guys can see that there's one of these is not like the others. One of these is not like the others. Let me just tell you. Something sus happened to one of these guys. Although, to be fair, it's like it could be worse, I guess. It's like we're still in the same ballpark. But also, so the reason why this is we have these many of these things is because we are formatting things twice. Let me remove one of the prints so that we have like a more direct mapping. So 1694, 1694, 1695, 1695, 1696, 1696. It's correct for them to not be in the same order. 1698, 1698, 1738, 1738 one, 1738 the other. Yep. 1739, 1739, 1740. The fuck are these guys coming from? There's one here. But we are printing it 3 times. That is kind of sus. And then there's this guy. Um, Ooh, you know also what? These are calls to format FMT, and that has to do with the RSS feeds. So let's try to fix that as well. There we go. Now we are printing 70, 40, 48 twice. This guy here. So that is correct because we were printing it. Well, actually, wait a second. Why is it twice? Who's doing the second call? Also, what is this? This truly is 25th of February. Today is another day for programming. I realized what I was doing wrong, and I'm stupid as fuck. So here's what's happening. Guess what happens when you have a list of items and you start pulling back the date of the newest item, and you're looking at them sorted by date, right? And so you keep pulling back the date of the newest item, guess what happens at some point? You will never believe this. You will never believe what happens at some point. But yes, at some point, what happens is that fucking element stops being the first of the list, and the second one takes over and becomes the first one of the list. And so that's what was causing the weird behavior. Fuck. Like, just to show you, 39, 25th. Yeah, I should play with the index page, not with random entry. So let's go to the index page. Let's change this. Converting the date to the user locale should be handled by the browser remote. Well, the problem is the browser doesn't do it if JavaScript is disabled. And I don't know what to call it. Maybe still the browser doesn't do it if it's an email that I'm sending you on the mailing list. So we have to do some of this work manually because there is no other option. So this whole mystery was just a gigantic human error. But you know what's good? That in any case we were able to fix the other bug in the meantime. By the way, this means that we're gonna have to cut a new release of Zine now because we solved some pesky UB. Okay, so let's go now to the home page. And let's use, instead of doing if first, blah, 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 let's use, instead of this, at least down here, we do $page. So this is going to be the home page, and it's always going to be the home page, and it's now going to be messed up. So here we do date dot override tz, which by the way turns out it's just in or close to at least. So this is going to be Europe Rome, and then becomes CET. Okay, so we're testing this nicely. 04. This becomes C. Why is this? What's going on? Oh, we're entering a different if. Right, because we have a stupid if thing. Get me? Oh no, but the if is just for printing. Let's not do anything there for now. $page date override tz Europe Rome format HTTP. Why is this not working as expected? What am I doing wrong? Am I not seeing this? So we are in layouts index. $page is the index page. Fuck, I've been modifying the wrong page. User errors everywhere. There we go. CEST. CET. Okay, so that works. That works, but it still moves the date forward. So maybe what we should do is subtract the delta. Basically say how many hours offset are there from the regional time zone, and we subtract that many hours. That's, I think, the piece of logic that we're missing. To be honest, this is like a silly workaround. I feel like that the real answer should be that we should just be able to put a location in the date. That would make things much more straightforward. And the reality is that you don't really need it in other locations other than that. I have no idea how are these offsets represented inside of Zite. But to be honest, if Zite allowed to do this, I forget what the syntax is. I think it was something like this. If Zite supported this, we would be good. Like we would be golden. We wouldn't need this. Because the reality is that really, really you never have to do this stuff. You never have to do this stuff independently from where you put this, where you define this, basically. Yeah, so I'm thinking that this function is kind of a hack. Kind of a hack. Um, but there's kind of another way around it. Either the syntax is supported by the original thing, or it's on us to solve this. So override TZ should do this, but then then what can you do to an instant? Okay, you can do math manually on that field. You can subtract a duration. There we go. So that seems good. But then if you do that, then you need to procure yourself a duration, and then how does that work relative to time zones? So for time zone, we need to know adjust. What does adjust do? Timestamp minus std offset. Is it just that we want? And it returns an adjusted time. I'm not sure what adjust is supposed to do. I know that it's in the same ballpark of the stuff that we're doing, but I'm not sure I can pinpoint exactly what it's supposed to be doing. I don't think this is math that I can do myself correctly. I'm starting to think that we are gonna need Zite to provide this feature for us. And to be honest, at that point, I wouldn't even advocate for adding this as a feature like this. I would straight up advocate for having having native support for locations in the datetime string. I would advocate for that more than anything else at that point. Yeah, this weird stuff is weird. Also, does instant have some kind of adjustment thing exposed? It has in, it has subtract. Like, I'm not sure how time zone.adjust is supposed to be used because it seems close to what we want, except it's seconds and we have nanoseconds. And then it returns an adjusted time, which is not even an instant at that point. It's just a different type. So I don't know what to do with it. Okay, so yeah, what I'm thinking is that this should probably be solved with in a different manner. But what we can do at least is expose at, or sorry, in. So basically what we called override TZ, we just call it in. Okay, so this is like the vanilla version. Yeah, my conclusion is that the other one is really just something. Um, the other one is kind of a hack. I could implement it now, but really I don't want to keep it because it's a hack. I think the real solution is to have support in string formatting for the other stuff. And that's what's gonna make us all happy, basically. Okay, let's add the other things that we are missing. So we need something that prints CET and that kind of stuff, which we don't have. Although although I think that is supported with the Go string formatting type of thing. So maybe we're already good. I guess at this point, it's just a matter of trying it out. Let's also unbreak format HTTP. Oh no, how do I... Oh, that's how it was. Okay, I fixed it. Let's fucking go. That is so nice and easy. We're just missing... We are really just missing the first ingredient here. Just the first ingredient. Okay, that doesn't work. How are these things called? So we have America, Los Angeles, Europe, Rome, Asia, Kolkata, and Asia, Singapore. What? Singapore doesn't have letters? Plus 08? Really? No, Singapore has SGT. Why are we not... Wait, did I hard code this myself? I think this is just missing from Rocco Rager. Oh man, and then there's also the problem of the day changing. right? Because here we were printing just the time, only the time, not the full date. Oof, that is crazy. Hmm. Okay, I think we're ready to really implement this for real, basically. I think it's kind of like this. That's kind of the starting point, but we need an if. This is interesting. Now I want to say, is it the same day or not? How do we do? Is it the same day or not? We can do equality of strings. That works. But maybe having like a day could be good. I kind of want to then. I want to do then. Yeah, that's kind of how we do it. It would be nice to be able to flatten this CTX and put 3 things in there. Eventually, we should be able to do this. Okay, so this should cause a build error, I believe. Once we toggle it on. Yeah, there we go. We don't have locations. Let's add locations. Built-in not found. Is it EQL? Oh, that's also what was causing weird shit to happen. Man. There's an extra M. What? Huh. Maybe this should go above. Hmm. Well, that's kind of it. We kind of solved it. Um, let's port over the other time. Where was it? Kolkata. Kolkata. Why are we missing it? I guess we want to look into what Zine has to offer for these things, huh? So what do we get for Asia? Okay, so we don't know. There's ETC, ETC slash UTC. Interesting. Oh, this is how like you do like etc. that's how that's what this stuff is. That's funny. Okay, so um, what do we want to do at this point? I think there may be like a couple feature requests for Rocco Rager here. That's kind of it. So this is actually surprisingly easy, minus the fact that we are missing one piece that is important, but it's well defined what we should have and what we're missing. So yeah. Maybe we should also look at recent commits. Maybe our site is not super updated. Let's see, 3 weeks ago. Yeah, we're kind of up to date. Okay, so there's these two things, and yeah, then the bigger one about formatting locations. Hey, Rocket Rager. So I found out all the bugs, and most of them were. So there was one bug on that was causing crashes somewhere else. That was on me. Everything else was entirely user error. Like it was me misunderstanding what I was doing with the template. Kind of embarrassing. I should probably add one last example, shouldn't I? So Zine 1. So, okay, let me tell you where I landed with everything. So I opened 3 issues on Zite. Like this is like, I should... Yeah, that's a better name. Okay, so this one is a feature request. Then I noticed a couple of other strange things that I don't know. Maybe I don't know who's at fault exactly. But for example, Asia/Singapore in Zite renders as +8 instead of SGT. And I don't know. Maybe this is like information that you're fetching from databases in macOS. So there's nothing you can do. Well, nothing reasonable you can do. But if that's not the case, then this is kind of missing. It's from the OS. What's interesting is that Go does render SGT. I find it kind of surprising that SGT is not supported at all. Like, what the heck? In any case, that was it. And the last one was... What the fuck? Oh. I fucked up. That's the actual correct title. And then one is fine. Okay. So, and the last one is that basically, if I write 3 p.m. in a format specifier, the how can I say, it becomes 1 a.m. So there's like I think basically you're like forgetting to skip the M because it should be considered part of the PM specifier, and instead it's being treated as a letter that should be copied verbatim. Which is weird because it forces me to say then to use 3p instead of 3 p.m. I think it's a minor bug. In any case, so these are the main things. That said, these are like all minor things. Although the second one could be nice to have, to be honest. And the only big one is, so after I like fixed everything and stopped like going crazy over things, yeah, I got to the point where I was deciding how to implement my thing like override time zone. And implementing override time zone is it works. Like it could be done because basically I would need to subtract from the instant the time offset, and so it could be done. It's just kind of janky to do. And as I was thinking more about it, the reality is that you don't normally need to adjust these things programmatically. It's guaranteed. I would say that it's pretty much guaranteed to be wrong for you to be adjusting these things programmatically in a way that is completely independent from the process of parsing a datetime, of obtaining a datetime from the user, initializing it. Let me put it that way. So what I'm thinking is, that this function. So while originally I said that maybe that probably would be in any case nice to have like an override offset function. Now I don't believe that anymore. Now I actually believe that it's useless and just like super error prone, and that really the only like clean, pardon my clean terminology, but the only clean way of implementing this would be by adding support at the initialization phase. So when you initialize a date, when you parse the string, that moment, in my opinion, is when it makes sense to be able to like specify the offset from a location. Later on is it's too late. It's already too late, I would argue. Like you should be doing it that way. So long story short, for now I've implemented in, which is literally a wrapper over your in, and as you can see, I'm using it in a very boring way, and I think that it's yeah, it's a matter of either supporting the complex syntax so that you can do from ISO 8601 that way, or there should be another way, maybe where it can be specified as a second argument. I don't know. I know the users say this always and it's annoying, but maybe both could be a good idea. I'm not sure, but in any case, it's I'm convinced that it's a parsing slash initialization thing, not a side effect that you not a mutation that you apply afterwards. That's it. So long story short, for now, I'm gonna stay with what I have. And again, and you can see here that it works. Also, another thing that I was surprised is that you don't have in your list of locations, you are missing one that Go has. And again, I don't know, maybe it's Go that is doing something weird. Go has Asia slash Kolkata, and you don't have it. And in any case, it's not I love necessarily this city. It's just that that's what I was using to generate IST. I have no idea how to generate IST, so I'm gonna look into that now, I guess. Oh yeah, you see, example cities India, Kolkata. God damn it, they don't list any other one. I don't know, man. It's like, god damn it. Does it have to be Kolkata? You know who I'm gonna ask? ChatGPT. Actually, let's ask Claude. Oh my god. Is that it? That makes sense. That's Calcutta. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's the same city, right? By the way, Calcutta is also what you would say in Italian. I just didn't make the connection that it's actually the same thing, just written differently. Kolkata, Calcutta. Thank you. Let's try it out. By the way, the code in Zine looks so much smoother than the other one in Hugo. The one in Hugo was insane. So, and I'm even doing the fancy stuff. So here you can see that I'm grabbing all the locations. So I'm doing something even fancier that wasn't there in the other one. I'm grabbing all the locations from my custom config in here. I'm looping over them. For each one, I'm placing the date in that location, and then I try to format it with just the day of the week. This is kind of a roundabout way of doing it. So we could this could be done, I guess, in a simpler manner if I had like a let's say, a getter that allows you to access the day in a nicer way. In any case, um, yeah. So we check that the day is the same. If the day is not the same, so imagine that the date that we choose is like, I don't know, like late in the European day, or like, well, late in the American day, which is gonna be the next day in Europe, for example. Then what we do is, depending on this condition, so I save here the condition on whether it's in the same, like the two dates, the page date and the adjusted date are on the same day. If they are on the same day, then we use this formatting specifier. Otherwise, we use this formatting specifier. And using then is a boolean. It's a boolean thing that allows you to basically say, it's an if expression, right? So like, if the boolean is true, you return this. If the boolean is false, you return this. And yeah, and so it's pretty cool, as I was saying. Yeah, there we go. We have it. Awesome. Awesome. It works. Preposterous. So here we have a problem where while this okay, now I'm basically switching back to like design stuff, and like, while this way of writing down each entry is perfect for this view where you don't care about anymore which day of the week it was. You care about the general dates, like April 2nd, yeah, February 25th, yeah, like, how old is this episode, that kind of question you want to answer when you're looking at past episodes. But when you're looking at a future episode, you do want the day of the week. You do want the date. You don't want the year. Like, the year is actually the one thing that you don't really care about, because you know it's current year and it's like, it's in your near future. Then you need the time. Um, yeah, then you need the time. But then that means that this whole system is destroyed. Like, this is redundant and broken, so this can't be like this. And so this opens the question of, where do we put the author? Where do we, well, the guest name? Where do we put the episode number? Um, I guess this thing at the top just can't be like this at all. The author name has to be below the description necessarily. Necessarily. Not redundant? You don't think so? Why do you say it's not redundant? So I could move the author below the description. What happens now? Having something in two languages redundant? Well, it's telling you the date in two different ways, and one way is significantly better than the other. Um, I mean, they did in two formats. The two dates that I'm talking about is the one that was here at the top and the one that is here at the bottom. The one that is here at the bottom is the good one. The one that is at the top is kind of ass. January 1st, 2025, or whatever the actual date is going to be, doesn't tell you much. This one below tells you a lot more. So I'm not talking about redundance between these things. I'm talking about redundance between this block at the bottom and what I had here at the top before. This is so ugly though. Holy shit. I guess the alternative is that we take this and we move it up top, and then we just maybe we move everything up top. Now it's I don't like this. I don't like this the way this works. I think it looked much better before. Oops, I undid a bit too much. Yeah, like this. This looks so much better. I could swap this for this. The content that loses value with time should go towards the bottom. It doesn't apply here because once the date is passed, this page is going to be re-rendered and this thing is going to disappear and there's going to be a different layout. So there's a different layout for things that are like in the future and things that are like expired. So the assumption is that as long as this is visible like this, it is relevant. Um, hmm. Maybe we could put this above. Yeah, you know what? That might be it. That's maybe the play. The play is we put this up top here, kind of like this. Yeah. Okay, maybe this upcoming episode is a bit too big. H2. That does not seem bad. So, well, I mean, the spacing is wrong, but um, and this is still a little bit too eating too much space. But the idea is, no, I'm still not convinced. So you know what? This is the problem with design. It takes time. I need to try things out. I need to exclude things that I try out and I don't like. A bunch of stupid experiments, and then eventually it will land. I will stumble upon kind of randomly on something that makes some big sense. And until then, yeah. But we got the daytime stuff to work. There are some kinks in it because we don't have support for the ordinal um, day number. We don't have support for SGT shows up as +08. That's weird, but still, you know what? Not the end of the world. I guess we could special case it, worst case. And what else? Yeah, I don't know. I would say that's kind of it. So some progress has been made. Not a ton, but some has. So I think I'm gonna stop here. Oh, you know what? No, I'm not gonna stop here. I'm gonna cut a release of Zine. We need to cut a release of Zine because we fixed a big bug. So let's cut a release and then I'm gonna call it a day. But this is nice progress. Not a ton of progress, but some nice progress. I feel like this website is so much better compared to what it was before. Jesus Christ. It, it is so much nicer than before. And I didn't lose completely the things that I had before. I just like, I don't know, spend time to make them better. Okay. So let's put this thing aside for now. And let's worry about Zine itself. Do we have still all the prints? We still have some. Uh-oh. What's that arg? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The TCDB file doesn't include the designation. Go has some fallback logic for if a nice designation doesn't exist. Huh. So the literal designation in the TCDB is +8, but Go has some unknown to me logic that they will set to SGT. That is interesting. Let's see. I guess they should have maybe we can search for SGT in their code base. Meeps SGT. What? Let's see Singapore. Just the word Singapore. No matches. 11 issues. The proposal one needs investigation, needs decision, proposal. This one? The concept of time zone is not a first-class citizen in the time package. Instead, location is paramount to get the correct rendering of a time. You must, in effect, ask for the time in Berlin, not in Central European Standard Time. Yep, that's the same problem as me. In library terms, we call load location, not load time zone. Number of reasons for this. Hey, Matt. But the fundamental one is that it's now ETF is how the IETF time zone database works. That's why the only run above that gets everything right is the one where we set the location, even though it is ironically, incorrectly, and confusingly done through the legacy TZ environment variable, whose initials, of course, stand for time zone. So you just okay. What is this thing doing? It's parsing a date. And I'm confused. Time.parse. Which one of these fucking things? So this is the parsing formatting string specifier. And this is the actual date, I'm guessing. So you run it and you get 18 plus 000 CEST. What? Did I also hard code plus 000 like I did in my format HTTP formatter thing? What? Then you set time zone CEST, and you get the same thing. And then you set the TZ as European slash Berlin, Europe slash Berlin, and then you actually get the +2. What the fuck is going on here? What? Okay, so there's a lot of stuff that they're doing. I don't know. This seems all. Oh, there's another proposal, but that's not the one. I think the Rocket Ranger meant to look at this one. That said, why does Singapore gets mentioned in here? It's just because it's part of the output. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. They must have some adjustment stuff going on probably. Also, GitHub search is tragicomically bad, so there might be something and we just can't find it, but it's not even that interesting. So, do we have green CI? We have green CI. Nothing can stop us from releasing 0.10.1. They use a different definition for lost class than I do. Man. So you want to know what I believe is the like the what do you call it? Like the golden rule when it comes to Go. Because I think that Go is like it's kind of an interesting thing because on one end it's not dumb, on another end it is kind of dumb, and and I think the golden rule when you're thinking about Go is that, well, they for example, Go has gravitated towards some design decisions that are the same as Zig, for example. Not always, not often, but sometimes they do. And what I think happens is that Go always faces the right questions, doesn't always come up with the right answer though. I really think that they genuinely look at things from, oftentimes from, they do ask themselves the right questions. Whether they pick the right one, that doesn't happen as often. But I do think that they do ask the right questions more often than not. Yeah, but in the design space, it's more than a. Well, sorry, in the question asking space, there are so many questions that you can ask, most of which are meaningless. So I would argue that there is some expertise behind asking the right questions, but yes, the answers I don't know, man. The answers I really do not know. Okay, let's make a new release. You know what? Usually I just do this, right? Or just changes. Okay, which order are these in? Okay, oldest from newest to newest. Not interesting. Fix documentation in, not interesting. Update readme, not interesting. Merge this PR. Right, is this not interesting? Um, image size. And I think we can link to it in a nice way. So that's um, dollar link dot page. I mean, I wish we could do I could use the but well, wait a second. I think I should be able to do that. Um, so let's try this. A sibling to this page is going to be docs slash super md slash scripty pound sign. No, it's going to be image dot size. Let's see if this works. Unknown page. Did I make this up? No. Oh, it's a known page without this, with this. Okay. And it says unknown ref. Missing .smd. No, you don't put .smd in those things. How do I generate these links? So why does image.size not work? So wait a second. Oh, no. So this thing is correct. And that is on me. Oh, of course, this poops itself. Datetime no.str. Mm, okay, there we go. There we go. Now this works. Yep, and it links correctly. Is it? Unknown page. Oh, yeah. Unknown ref. Fuck. Take it out. Let's go investigate. What's the actual thing then? Oh, it might be just date. Yeah, it's just date. Okay, so these are the two things. Then starts with maybe this should be like this. The music die? No, it's still there. It's just slow. There you go. You can have some more of it if you want. Okay, it's a bit too much for me as well. I'm gonna pull it down a bit more. Okay, so Zine checks for output path collisions, but bugging how pitch analysis were handled in the code caused. Okay, so I would say this is a honest changelog. Okay, I would say this is okay. So this is nice. Then what I would do is in here we want to say to people do 1.1. Do 1.1. That's kind of it, honestly. Okay. Now we're getting a random Zine build error from this is from another website because we have multiple instances of the server running. But also, what is causing this? What is causing this? There's a there's a phantom. There's a phantom Zine running on Zigdo show. Oh my god. Oh, that's on me for being messy. Okay. Uh-oh. 0.9.0, where we're not going up. We must have gotten a failure. Uh, what happened? Unknown page. What do you mean? No, that's right. It's because it's the old version still. Okay. So it's because that syntax is okay. I forgot. I knew, then I forgot. Um, this syntax is not supported yet. Which actually means that why did I forget to mention this? Path detection, pull request. I'm an idiot. It's like I snuck this change into another change. Oh god. Oh no, I know why. Because it's a super MD change. It's not in this repo. It's in the other repo. Okay, that explains it. So let's go. Let's go do this. Um, is it ABS absolute? I don't remember. Um, Super MD reference link. Yeah, okay, it's page. Okay, so this build should fail, but in the meantime, we can go publish the new release. And then after we publish the new release, we can come back here, look at actions. This one has failed because we got a 404. But we can rerun. And now we're going to be happy, ideally. Or not. Oh, I forgot. I forgot to upload the releases. Hello, Daniel. Okay, I think this is it. Let's just watch this succeed, and then we can call it a day. Bro, please, I need a runner. GitHub, spare a runner with me. Your guys are already calling it a day, but GitHub doesn't want to let me go. What's going on? Bro, please just give me one. Please just give me one runner. Oh no. Oh, there we go. Now we're happy. There we go. Okay, so that's it. Thank you all for hanging out, and I'll see you next time with some more, I don't know, exciting static website development.